Choose your preferred play style. Hero is the easy mode designed to maximize your chances to win fights and reduce frustration. You wouldn't have to back down or worry about the odds. Instead, you'll just have a good time and kick some ass like a true hero should. If that's your preferred playstyle, this mode is for you. Underdog is the default difficulty mode, integrated into the setting. The world is harsh, dying is easy, and you aren't a hero who can easily kill anyone who stands in your way. You might have to walk away from fights you can't win, make decisions a true hero wouldn't, and master the combat system just to even the odds. I am a weak turtle, so we're going to go with hero mode probably. PC party skill gain plus 100%. Accuracy plus 30, minimum accuracy increased to 30. Enemies accuracy negative 40 if party members under half health. Accuracy negative 80, crit chance limited to 5. Death timer is 7 turns instead of 3 and better starting gear. Your character and the enemies will play by the same rules. Well, if that's all it is, honestly, I might try Underdog. I am a little worried, but this is basically just giving us all kinds of boosts and perks. This is just simply basic, right? Part of me is tempted to try Underdog just to... You know what? YOLO. Fucking YOLO. Okay. Well, this is certainly a screen and a half. Yep, this is a screen and a half. We will name our character Jade because that is what we always name our character. Yes, yes, yes. Let's see what pretty pictures we have for availability. Okay. I'm thinking this one. I like the way the eyes are in the... That looks nice. Always love a beautiful ponytail. Decor, what does that mean? I'm not seeing any difference here. Okay, sure. No, we want black hair. Tattoos. Always love a tattoo over the eye. But that would actually fit in with our character profile right there, so we'll go with that. We'll go with a nice green. Sounds good. Okay. Now we look at this big old screen over here. Derive stats. Okay, so that's probably the lower part of this part up here. And I'll be perfectly honest. We're doing this over here. Okay, so we're probably going to focus on like physical stuff, so we can just, we're not going to be too complicated, right? Melee damage affects interactions requiring brute strength. That sounds like a pretty good thing to have. We have 16 available points, so let's put some of those in. Okay, so it does show down here that changes melee extra damage, armor handling, recoil control, the ability to control accuracy of multi-shots, a mix of natural abilities and training to reduce armor penalties. If you wear more armor than you can handle, it will lower your initiative, evasion, and reaction. He who shoots first often shoots last. That's pretty good. Penalty to chance to hit. Chance to fire a quick reaction shot when an enemy enters your weapon effective range. Enemy's attack misses, giving you a chance to counterattack. Okay, so that sounds pretty good. We'll definitely put some stats in strength. Oh, and look at that. That unlocked Juggernaut apparently. Okay, so these are things that are unlocked with specific. I see. Knockdown becomes stun, natural or plus 1, 13 or less, melee damage, armor skill gain. That sounds pretty good. We definitely want to be a Juggernaut. Okay. Determines action points, effects interactions requiring speed and direction. Action points, evasion and initiative. Okie dokie. Constitution determines hit points and implants tolerance. Effects interactions requiring endurance and fortitude. Hit points and max implants. Number of cybernetic implants this character's body can handle. Okay, so the max we can do is 10 apparently. And doing 10 gains us 2 constitution, 3 regeneration, stat healing, max implants plus 2, biotech skill gain plus 100. That sounds pretty good. Intelligence, we probably don't want too much intelligence, right? Who needs to be intelligent? Number of tag skills modifies learning speed, affects interactions requiring insight and understanding. Go ahead and put just 1 point in here just to make it an even 5, I think. No, we don't have enough points. Okay, that's fine. Okay, and then over here we've got skills. Okay. Tagged skills, available points. What does it mean to tag it? Okay, I see. Okay, and tagged makes it 2 levels high. Okay, okay. Elated, men have trust in the knife and axe for thousands of years, plus they never run out of ammo. Work out your frustrations while you get the job done. A hammer is a devastating weapon in the right hands, and pipes and utility bars are never hard to find. I think I'll tag that, so we have just that up. And then I'll just go ahead and put 1 more point there. There isn't always time to track down a doctor to extract an implant from a newly minted corpse. Learn the basics improve both your chances of survival and quality of life. Bypass restricted computer access and electronic detection systems just like a real Decker. No one can dodge bullets, but being quick on your feet will certainly give you an advantage. Hit smarter, not harder. 1 precise strike at a vital organ is worth a dozen blows. Whole bunch of abilities over here, aren't there? Whole bunch of abilities. We have 1 feat point available, so the question is what do we want to put our feet into? Okay, so do we not actually have this yet? We have to put the feet into it, like so. Okay, I see, I see. I see. I see. So yeah, we'll go ahead and take Juggernaut. That sounds like a good one. Okay. Still not completely sure what we're doing, but we're doing something, friends. We're doing something. Is the year of our Lord 2754. You will never feel the sun's warmth under a blue sky, never hear the wind in the branches of a tree, and never swim in the ocean, because you had the misfortune to be born on the ship. You have never seen Earth, and you'll never see Proxima Centauri either. Your past and future are both sacrificed by some dim and nameless ancestor to the greater good of the mission. Starfarer, they called her, a pretty name for a retrofitted interplanetary freighter. She had already been 20 years in service when she was re-christened, showing every minute of it. No one is certain the ship will actually reach its destination, and nobody much cares, since no one alive now will live to see it. Fatalism is the prevailing philosophy of the shipborne. Make the best life you can and consign all your what-ifs and what might have beens to the void. Answer a few questions to define your character's beliefs and opinions while learning more about the ship. The ship was launched by a neo-Christian conglomerate. Oh, that we're already off to a fantastic start here. Neo-Christian. Fuck. Dedicated to establishing a religious colony on a distant world. The original 50,000 passengers, the so-called First Generation, were true believers in the mission. They sacrificed whatever lives they had on Earth and demanded strict obedience to the laws of God and the ship from their children. Unfortunately, the generations that followed lacked their forebears' fervent will to sacrifice. Dissatisfaction led to open revolt against the authorities, called the Mutiny, and the mutiny metastasized into a civil war. While the mutineers dealt a decisive blow to the old order, they did not eradicate it completely. When the fires died and the smoke finally dissipated, three factions emerged from the wreckage of the old order: the protectors of the mission, the Brotherhood of Liberty, and the Church of the Elect, each of them promising their own vision of the future. Okay. Rebelling against the ship authority was a mistake. The environment itself is hostile enough to human life, and order is always preferable to chaos. The mutineers did the right thing. Why should the shipborne blindly bow to the edicts of their centuries dead ancestors? Though they would deny it, the mutineers were fulfilling God's will when they toppled the old order. All shipborne bend to God's will, just as all events proceed according to his plan. Who cares? You've got enough problems right now without fighting over history with a bunch of fanatics. Well, I can understand why they would want to rebel. The environment itself is hostile enough. That's for sure. So I can understand why they would rebel. I wouldn't say it was a mistake, but I would also say the environment is hostile enough that is maybe not the best choice. So 1 and 2 both. My personal opinion is a combination of 1 and 2, but I'm tempted to go with 4. I'm sure as hell not going with 3. Fuck the 3 answer. Um, I'm going to go with 4. We've got enough problems without fighting over history. We've got enough problems, man. In fact, you would go on to say, the further away they all stay from you, the better. Revolutions have never lightened the burden of tyranny, they have only shifted, which is honestly true. People who will abuse their power will always find a way to power. It's just a matter of fact. We cut off one Hydra head, yet 3 more took its place. Next time we'll do it right. Honestly, the further all that shit stays away from me, I'm just gonna stay in my lane. That sounds like a good plan to me. The further they all stay away from you, the better. The ship suffered extensive damage during the Civil War, but remains operational. The hull was breached in several places, and frantic efforts to avoid a meltdown crippled the main reactor. Radiation increased in places to lethal levels, and several areas remain dangerous to this day. When a small percentage of children in the habitat were first born deformed, they were branded mutants and immediately shunned. The young were abandoned, and those whose defects didn't manifest until later were driven out, with the condition of the fusion reactor degrading to dangerous levels, and the number of volunteers for jobs in areas exposed to radiation remaining few. The mutants negotiate a pact with the habitat, granting them protection from harassment and violence in exchange for their maintenance of the engines and other vital ship systems. You've always thought that the mutants are No, no, absolutely not that choice. The mutants prove themselves useful by taking care of the reactor, who's better to be exposed to radiation than those already affected by it. Um, Definitely not 3 either. In saving the ship, they saved the world as we know it. That debt can never be repaid. If anything, we need to embrace the possibility of mutations as critical to our survival in a strange new world. Tempting. I like that idea. And here's hoping we grow some tentacles. Because who doesn't love a tentacle? Ostracizing fellow humans based on genetic differences is wrong. Hopefully our descendants will live in harmony in the future. So either 4 or 5, I think. I think I'm going to go with 4. We're going to embrace the possibility of mutations. Who needs a generic human body, right? The place you call home is known as the Pit, and to some more affectionately as the Free City. Calling the towers of containers rising from the depths of a cargo hold a city is a bit of a stretch, and so is the other half of it. With no kind of law or government, freedom mostly means you're free to kill or be killed. On the plus side, housing is cheap and keeping overhead low is a priority when you have nothing. The real city, a metropolis sprawling across many decks, is called the Habitat. It offers much better living conditions for those who can afford it, but to live there you have to pick a side among the factions vying for control. Nobody in the pit gives a damn about their struggles, but like Earth before it, nothing in this world is free. Just keep in mind you might get more than you sign up for. As far as you're concerned, true freedom means being free from laws passed down by your supposed betters. Some kind of rules are necessary or else we'll descend into anarchy. If freedom means living in an interplanetary shipping container and sleeping with a gun under your pillow, these pit dwellers can keep it. Personal freedom is a luxury the shipborn cannot afford. To serve the state is to serve your brother, to serve your sister, and to serve yourself. I'm going to go with 2. I'm not I'm not opposed to laws if they make sense. But once you start getting too far, like number 4, then you're just fucked. And if you go too far, like number 3, then you know that's just anarchy. You've got to have some laws to just, yeah, number 2. The ship is en route to Proxima b, an Earth-like planet orbiting Proxima Centauri. After launch, a deep space probe transmitted highly detailed images of the surface, which revealed one minor setback. This very habitable world is already inhabited. Still, the voyage is estimated to take close to 400 years. It's possible that by the time the ship arrives, the colonists will encounter a mature civilization corresponding to Earth's late Middle Ages. If that's the case, what setback, though unanticipated? Oh, come on, no, absolutely not. We'll make every effort within reason to accommodate the savages, setting aside clearly demarcated zones for them to pursue their own lives. We must make every effort to live in harmony with the New World's native sons and daughters, learn all we can from them. We will be guests in this new world, living among the local population and accepting their culture and tradition. Well, yeah, you don't go into other people's houses and just no. I mean, I know that's what normal humans do, but no. I'm voting for. We'll be guests. We will just. Although if we're going Star Trek, we probably should do like two, but although I'm also thinking maybe three. As inevitably happens in dark and challenging times, some people turn to God for reassurance, the promise of an end to pain and hunger, or failing an end, at least a purpose. The Church of the Elect rejected both the protectors of the mission and the Brotherhood of Liberty as worldly fools distracted by politics and their own egos. Teaching their adherents that they were chosen by God, the Church frames the journey of the ship as a centuries-long test of faith. We all face a series of difficult trials, yes, but with a very definite end. When the ship arrives at her destination, Judgment Day awaits every citizen. The righteous will be welcomed into the promised land of Proxima B, while the unrepentant will be returned to the hell from which we fled, Earth, to suffer for all eternity. Religion is the opium of the people. It doesn't matter if God exists, people need to believe in something bigger than themselves. Faith has always been mankind's greatest strength and defining trait. We must preserve it at all cost. Honor he who was reborn, and you too shall be reborn to the new world that awaits at the end. Yeah, no, definitely not that one. I'm thinking two. I mean, I do bash on religion quite a bit, honestly, but I do empathize with people who think who need something bigger than themselves, because I do emphasize with that. I'm going to go with two. The Protector's one truth is the mission, and the sole way to ensure successful completion of the mission is to follow the old ways. The ways of the fathers, forefathers, and founding fathers are together the beam upon which the ship travels to our ultimate destination. The mutiny, which through their steadfast and timely intervention was thankfully aborted, was the ultimate betrayal of the old ways, of everyone who had come before, the nullification of every sacrifice and every life dedicated to the mission. Sworn to regain control of the ship, the Protectors will subjugate anyone who threatens the mission. Over the last century they have managed to expand their enclave somewhat, but the Brotherhood is deeply entrenched. To overcome them with violence would result in a massive loss of life, an unfortunate consequence which itself would endanger the mission. Hmm, okay, seven. Okay. hmm Okay, just was looking at something real quick. Sorry about that. Anyway, instead of bracing the future, the protectors are clinging to the long gone past. They're a problem, not the solution. The protectors should be more flexible if they want to attract more people to their cause. The protectors are right about one thing. The mission is more important than our petty struggles. If it fails, then all the sacrifice was for nothing. Born and raised on old Earth, the founding fathers were wiser than any shipborn, so how can we question the path they've laid out for us? To stay on this path, we must stand with the protectors. Hmm. I wouldn't necessarily say they're a problem. I can respect people who want to. Stick to tradition, and tradition has its purpose. So I wouldn't necessarily say one. Two sounds about right. I'm not sure the mission is more important, because the journey is just important as the end goal. And it's not like we'll see the end goal. We've got to maintain our own lives, you know? I can't agree that the founding fathers were wiser. I mean, they might have had their own strengths with their own knowledge, but yeah, that's too boomer ideology right there. So I'm thinking two. The Brotherhood was formed to liberate the people from the shackles of the ship Authority. Their first sally, which the fossils of the Old World called mutiny, did not completely achieve this aim. However, the Brotherhood was successful in establishing themselves as a significant power in the new order. Unfortunately, the Brotherhood's subsequent attempts to complete their emancipation of the enslaved, wherever they may be, ran into an unexpected obstacle. Not only did the people refuse to cooperate in this noble mission, they often violently resisted, and sometimes even chose the protectors or the church over their own best interest. The war goes on, but will be fought on different battlefields and with different tactics. A non-military campaign to win over the people through reason and deceit, weakening the enemy from within, is a central pillar of this new strategy. To survive, we must evolve, and the Brotherhood is merely an agent of change that drives this evolution. He who fights monsters should look to it that he himself does not become a monster. The Brotherhood did in the tyranny of the ship Authority, giving us a choice in how to live our lives. They shouldn't try to take this choice away now. The best slave is the one who thinks he's free. They will thank the Brotherhood later for liberating them. He who fights monsters should look to it that he himself does not become a monster. Shit, that's not what I wanted to do. I chose the stupid mouse. Your beliefs and opinion may change and evolve over the course of the game as you interact with factions, groups, and various individuals. Keep in mind that actions speak much louder than words, and that saying one thing and doing another won't fool people for very long. Duly noted. Okay, not completely sure what we're doing, friends, but we're going to do something. Ever since you were a kid, this has been your home. A sprawling heap of vacant cargo containers slowly getting filled up with those who couldn't afford to stay in the habitat or needed to get away from its bosses and factions. Out here, folks have lived free and died fast, with those who survive earning their keep by either diving into the wreckage of Mission Control and bringing back valuable relics of the past. Hello? Or figuring out a way to make money off the fools who do the diving. Are we freezing up? Are we freezing up? Are we having issues? OBS? OBS? Okay. I'm not sure what just happened. I think we're good. Are we good? I can't tell if we're good or not. We're probably fine, right? From the day it sprang up like a patch of mold on the rich substrate, the pit has been overshadowed by Jonas Redford, the canny, cagey son of a bitch who planted its first spike. The de facto mayor of a town with no government, Jonas holds court in the Promised Land, the pit's only brothel and base of operations for his network of thugs and whores. But as the pit has grown, Jonas's seat at the top has gotten shakier. When the Brotherhood of Freedom threatened to annex the town, concerned citizens banded together and hired the Regulators, a mercenary gang led by Jeremiah Braxton, to keep the Brotherhood out. But now, as Braxton's gunmen swagger under the neon lights, some folks have started wondering whether it's time for the pit to get a little law and order, and whether Braxton might be the right man to wear a sheriff's star. Looks like I may have to lower the quality a little bit. Looks like OBS may be struggling, but it doesn't look like it's affecting the stream too much. You open your eyes to a gray whole metal ceiling, one panel which flickers yellow, indicating day shift. You overslept. Not that it matters. With a grunt, you roll off your stained mattress and open the window to let some fresh air in. Like everything else around here, fresh is relative. The ship does its best to recycle air and water, but cargo holds aren't high on her priority list. We breathe in metal and burning oil and look up. Four of the bridge's six projectors are still operational, shining dully down on the container towers of Cargo Hold 3, better known as the Pit, the Free City. Calling the Pit a city is a bit of a stretch, but so is calling that reddish-brown liquid water. You've read that water is supposed to be clear and cities are supposed to be big, but no shipborne has ever seen either. Maybe in another 100 years water will look and taste like oil, and people will be talking about the good old days when it was the color of rust and tasted refreshingly bitter and tangy. That's the kind of optimism that keeps you going. The elevator crawls up a groove in the cargo hold's wall like a black steel bug that's worn a path traveling to the bridge and back. It's time to get up there and earn a few credits, but first you need a drink. For the last few years, you've been doing odd jobs for Tanner, a local hustler with a nose for making money. He's never tried to screw you over, which is pretty close to being virtuous in this town. Still, there's a first time for everything. Whiskey Jack is added to the map. Meet Tanner in a nearby bar called Whiskey Jack. Don't forget your gun. You never know when it might come in handy. A rusty pipe pistol, a crude action bolt pipe rifle, a makeshift shotgun, or a shoddy submachine gun, and a backup weapon if you run out of bullets. Well, we went with blunt, right? So we'll go with utility bar as opposed to the knife. Okay. Is OBS still trying to freeze here? It does look like it's still trying to freeze. So, oh no, no, we're good. It was only during the thingy. Okay. For some reason, it was not liking. No, it's still trying to freeze a little bit. Okay. Okay, yeah, texture. Well, we're on ultra quality, so that's not too surprising. Let's try lowering it to medium and see if maybe we can stop our computer from dying. Okay, yeah, because we know you know you can't have good things sometimes. Okay, again, not really sure what we're doing, but we're doing something. Okay, yeah, I do remember seeing somewhere that the controls tab you can see the items that you can touch, which is definitely good. A heavy-duty jacket offering sufficient protection against work accidents, but very limited protection against bullets and sharp edges. Protective sleeves. These shock-absorbent sleeves help injuries heal faster and protect your arms from accidental injuries. It's not designed for combat, but it's better than nothing. Bowler helmet. A crude bowl-shaped helmet vaguely resembling the ancient M1917 war helmet. Okay. And there is an auto sword option. Very good. Okay, so I can probably equip those, right? This is your inventory screen. Double-click on an item to equip it. Right-click on a weapon to reload or unload. You can open your gadgets to upgrade them by clicking on the gear symbol. Some armor comes with penalties to evasion and initiative. The penalties add up and can slow you down. The armor handling will reduce the penalties of each armor by the listed amount. Okay. So like the worker jacket, DR, projectile, and melee. Armor DR. Okay, so yeah, here we go. And there's even sections. Interesting. So that probably goes on the vest, right? No, that's jacket. Okay. Okay. projectile, melee, energy, and armor. So we do lose one armor handling because of the helmet. Mix of natural abilities, training to reduce armor penalties. You wear more armor than you can handle. Okay, I see. Stats 12, penalties -1. Okay. Okay. Yep, like I said, we're not completely sure what's going on here, but we're doing something. Another day, a Jade, says Xavier, raising a cup of the black blend of chemicals has passed for coffee aboard the ship for at least a generation. Looks like it. Any big plans? I got a job on a diving cruise, says Xavier, taking another ship. They lost 2 men last week, so they hired me on the spot, which must be my lucky day. Which crew? Sullivan's down in mission control. It's like a maze down there. Sealed doors, corridors, and tighter decks. They cut the power to kill the auto defenses, which didn't make things easier. Now there's a demand for divers who can open doors the old-fashioned way. Sounds useful. Can you show me the basics? Sure, if you pay me for my time. Let's say 200 credits. Trust me, you'll make your money. I'll pass right now. I may need the money. Maybe. How do I... Okay. Oh, I see. So can I not do... Okay. I see. So where the heck are we going? I'm not sure. We're wandering around right now. Okay, there should be a way to open maps somehow, surely, right? This is your fast travel screen. Different locations are on the left. No, that's not what I wanted. Okay, apparently I can't do that. I'm done with this fucking town, says Charlie, his eyes empty and lifeless. 2 years I've been here, and what do I have to show for it? Nothing. What are you going to do? Go back to the habitat? Guess so, nods Charlie. It doesn't seem so bad now. The habitat. Don't know what I was thinking. Take care, Charlie. Take care, friend. Biorecycler. What's that thingy? Still not completely sure where we're going. Apparently that's potentially a lockpick. I don't. We can maybe lockpick at some point. That doesn't really look like anywhere we can go. Is there a way? Oh, we can zoom out. Here we go. Okay, that's better. So I don't think we're supposed to go over there. How far over this way does it go? Okay, so it goes on for a bit over here. Biorecycler. What's this thinking? These biorecyclers break all organic matter from waste to dead bodies gathered each morning into simple organic compounds and mineralized nutrients, which a ship turns into intabs. It's a circle of life. Okay, so Soylent Green, we're eating people. Is that the idea here? Sneak to go inside. Okay, so we probably shouldn't go into other people's houses. Not yet, at least. A couple of local junkies are loitering near the entrance to the alley, probably waiting for their next victim. Oh, that sounds lovely. Yeah, no, let's not do that just yet. Let's just not worry about that just yet. So we don't go that way, clearly. We could walk around a little bit here, but I don't think... Yeah, so we'll pass on that. Let's right-click to move. Apparently we can't talk to that guy. So where do we go now? Because that looks like the top of the screen. So, ooh, electronics. We can strip it for parts, I guess. Experience and use a module that can be used elsewhere. Okay. And that's Camptown this way. Lockpick 2, so there's a door up there. Church of the Elect. Okay. Let's see. Medbay A1. That's me there. Hello, Moore. How are you doing, friend? Jericho Moore at your service, the appraiser says with a quick nod. How may I help you? Depends on what you do. With a practiced motion, the appraiser conjures two electronic modules. The casings are old and covered with rust and corrosion. The markings that could identify them faded away a long time ago. One of them is a C210, worth 700 credits in the pit, 1200 in the habitat. The other one is an L5, common as dirt and just as cheap. You would be lucky to get 5 credits for it. If you're confident in your ability to tell them apart, you don't need my help. Otherwise... Okay, so you like appraise things, I guess, and tell me how worthy they are. Hopefully I can trust you to not lie to my face. How can I help you? Asked the storekeeper, putting down a ballistic vest riddled with holes. I need some armor. Look no further then, smiles the storekeeper. I have the finest merchandise in the pit. Do you have anything special? I do have a very nice ballistic vest, custom made for one of my customers, but I haven't seen him around for a while. Hmm. I'll wait on that for right now. Oh, there's the Whiskey Jack bar. I see the bar. Okay. I see the bar. Here we go. What can I get you? The bartender has spied you looking over the assortment of unlabeled plastic gallon jugs, each with its own unappealing liquid in some shade of brown. We got gut warmer, rat poison, high voltage, firewater, and absolution. Special on the rat poison right now. Every third round is for free as long as you are able to drink it. The shop provides the basics of human survival: recycled air, recycled water, and end tabs, recycled nutrients and minerals processed into chewable tablets. They taste like cardboard, but they're free. Those who desire the finer things in life, like synthetic meat with a side of algae, have to pay. Because the forefathers disapproved of drink, the ship was never configured to provide alcohol. But the law of supply and demand supersedes the dictates of religion, and everyone's favorite vice is widely available. Each bar has its own secret recipe. The wise drinker prefers to leave it a secret. The bartender gives you a nod as he sets a beaten alloy mug on the bar and fills it with a black, oily liquid. You take a careful first sip, fighting your body's instinctive rejection of poison, and wait for the familiar warmth to spread through you. After a few moments, the world is a slightly better place. Any work around here? Well, since you asked, there's this fellow owes money to just about everyone in the area. The name is Jedediah Walker, but he just goes by Jed. Balance owed is 1,200 credits, including interest. If you manage to collect, you'll get 250. How does that sound to you? Jed Walker, the name sounds familiar. I can tell you he runs his mouth faster than he runs up a tab, and that's saying something. Jed claims to have traveled the ship from stem to stern and made deals with every type of merchant, fanatic, and scav known to the void. How such a world-wise entrepreneur ended up living in a rusted-out container furnished with discarded packing material is a mystery to me, but I just serve liquor, never claimed to be one of the big brains round here. Where can I find him? Ask around the camp town, start with the local bars. I've got a job for you, Jade, says Tanner, gesturing for a drink. Interested? What kind of job? An easy one. Tanner pulls a plastic rectangle from a compartment inside his sleeve and slides it toward you. The card is old and worn. The color has long faded, but the raised print on the front is still as clear as the day it was stamped. A2. That's Armory, Level 2, the holy grail of every scavenger on the ship. During the mutiny, the rebels looted every depot on the first level, but the automated defenses on the second stopped them dead. Literally, those same turrets have dissuaded every scavenger since. Is it real? Isn't it real? Repeats Tanner, miming a look of disbelief. Girl, if you don't have the stones for it, just say so. Don't insult me. Every scav worth his salt has been searching for this card for decades, but you're the one who found it? I have my ways. Tanner's smile reveals stained, uneven teeth. You see, I wasn't looking for a long-lost access card, since I'm not a fool. I was looking for Technical Officer Ulysses Colton. Tanner pauses so you can show your admiration for his savvy. Never heard of him. Only 3 technical officers had access to Level 2, Tanner says, illustrating this fact with 3 dirty fingers. 2 were killed during the mutiny. Their access cards were never recovered. Possibly they were lost, maybe they were destroyed, but the third man, Ulysses Colton, was never heard confirmed dead. He simply vanished. I asked myself where an ex-technical officer would hide himself in such troubled times. Everyone thought the protectors or the church were the safe bets. Nobody looked for him in the Brotherhood's part of the habitat. So how did you find him? Tanner pulls a battered energy pistol from his belt bag and passes it to you. This is his sidearm. He changed his name, but he couldn't change the serial number of his gun. Once I found the serial number, the rest was easy. His granddaughter sold the pistol 20 years ago. Are you sure the card still works? Only one way to find out. Tanner grins in an unnerving way. Go see for yourself. When you come back, we'll have a proper conversation. Alright, so here's the big question. Why me? Tanner is silent for a moment, as if deciding how honest he should be. I can't do it alone. I don't trust anyone else. Keep the pistol, consider it an investment into our enterprise. It's not going to be an easy trip, so take your time to get ready. You hear me? I'd feel safer if I had someone to watch my back. Take Evans. I saw him at Abe's store earlier today. The dumb bastard almost shot me. Sounds like the right man for the job. Okay, let's see if we can get it. Oh, I could do that too. Okay, cool. A transmission substation, one of the local landmarks and a popular tourist attraction, or at least it would be if there were any tourists. An electric transformer, one intended for the future colony. It's going to be someone else's problem one day. So we got a damaged energy pistol, standard issue energy pistol carried by the security officers before the mutiny. Today it's a very expensive memento of a long gone past, unless you have spare energy cells to burn. 16 to 18 damage, energy pistol. AP cost 5. Hmm. I think I'll stick with my submachine gun, honestly. Okay. A thick man with an unkempt beard is attempting to beat an electronic display into submission, reminding you of a bad-tempered spirit from old Earth folklore called Bear. Right now, he's stabbing the cracked screen with one blunt finger and cursing as it repeatedly flashes red. I tried adding new transformers to the grid, he says as you approach. It ought to work, but I think this fucking thing just doesn't like me. Can I take a look? I need electronics too, huh? You bypass the on-screen protocols and attempt to force the software to accept more transformers, but no dice. The generator was intended for deployment on Proxima B, and all the operational variables are configured for the future colony. Since the OS isn't receiving input from colony-related hardware, such as mobile or extractors, probes sniffing out metal deposits, biomass converters, and a host of other things too vital to ignore, it limits all non-essential use in the meantime. The grid is at max allowed capacity. You need a hard override to reset the system configuration. An override module. Factory's bound to have something like that. If you can slip by the raiders, that is. We don't have enough power? The generator produces plenty of power, but the OS has a bunch of exotic safeguards. Every parameter and input is dictated by the big plan for the colony. So every time I try and make a change, the OS throws a fit. If we can manage to add more transformers to the grid, that'll hold us for the next little while. The bigger problem is heating and air. This cargo hold was never designed to house so many people, or anyone at all, if it comes down to it. Portable air purifiers keep the air more or less breathable, even if it would leave an Earthborn gasping on the floor and complaining about his rights. But that's only a temporary solution. We need to fix the old purifier to set us up for good. Then there are the defenses to worry about. The bigger the town gets, the more likely the habitat will come knocking again. Anything I can do to help? If you could supply an oxidizer for the air purifier, that would take a load off of my tortured mind. That the kind of thing I can pick up at the store? Sorry, I was just ruminating. The towers over to hydroponics must have one, or at least they did at some point. Best check there first. Okay, found another potential side quest, I suppose. Not completely sure what I'm doing, but I'm doing something, alright. Welcome to the Promised Land, says the bartender, pouring you a fluorescent drink. He spills a few drops on the counter, and they shimmer and gleam in the light, dissolving the paint and etching the metal. The first rail's on the house. Been here long? Too long, if you ask me. Maybe it's time to head back to the habitat. What's it like, the habitat? Different things to different people. If you think the mission is more important than anything else, you would feel right at home in the Protectorate, and their shenanigans won't bother you none. Hell, you might even be leading that parade. But if it's freedom you crave above all else, then you won't find a finer place than the old pit. Then why do you think of moving back? Too much freedom? The bartender grinned slyly. Truth to be told, I won't mind some stability, and if I have to join a club to enjoy it, then so be it. "That you, Jade? Haven't seen you in a while," says Samuel, smiling to you to put you at ease. He's been with Jonas ever since he was a kid, fast on the draw and eager to prove it. Now he's Jonas's right-hand man and enforcer, more feared than liked. Too busy scraping a living. You know how it is. It's hard all over, nods Samuel, and the infighting in the habitat doesn't make it any easier. Why are they still fighting? Because it will only end one way. Winner takes all. The mutineers had their chance, but they blew it. So now we have three deeply entrenched factions. Too weak to win, too strong to lose. When was the last time you've been there? 8 years ago or so. I tried to make a deal with the church, but it went south fast. Jonas thought they might be the lesser of three evils, an ally that could shield us from the other two, but won't try to take over. They offered us the opposite. The church would extend its domain over the pit and rule us from afar, which neither the protectors nor the Brotherhood would ignore. The name's Cole, says the proprietor, a dark-skinned man in his 40s, sporting an optical implant and a data jacket. What can I do for you, friend? What do you sell? What the sign says the man, pointing at the door. Cole's Gadgets. What kind of gadgets? Grenades are my most popular item. He produces a dented metal cylinder the size of your fist. I've got the plain old flashbang, gas, and smoke. Anything you need. They aren't as fancy as the relics, but they sure can get you out of a bind. What do you mean by relics? Old Earth toys, time warp gizmos, brainwave disruptors, pulsed alternators, all that science magic. Unfortunately, it's all in limited quantities. Even if you find someone who knows how the stuff works, there aren't any faculties on the ship to produce it. Time warp. The laymen call it a stasis field. Pointed at someone in the illusory experience we think of as time will slow to a crawl for them. Brainwave disruptors cause debilitating hallucinations. Pulse alternators will fry any electronics that aren't shielded. The ship is safe from this sort of low-level sabotage, but be careful not to set one off near your own toys. Why didn't they keep the first-generation colonists in stasis then? It impairs neuronal functions, so the longer you stay in stasis, the higher the chance to come out a vegetable. A 30-second exposure is mostly harmless. After a few days, you'll never be the same again. A few centuries? Cole shakes his head. What else have you got? Combat tech and implants. He taps the data jack on the side of his head. The good stuff, extracted with care and rehabilitated for my more money customers. What sort of combat tech? I've got a personal energy shield, useful if you've got issues with people getting into your space, as well as reality distortion fields and a cloaking field device. These are the little luxuries that separate the modern man from a primitive thug. Hmm, interesting. Okie dokie, so that might be worth looking into later, maybe. Looking for anything in particular? Asked the storekeeper with an unconvincing smile. His face is unshaven and smudged with oil. I'd like to buy a gun. A wise decision. Automatic? Machine guns? Sure, I do have a few in stock, but keep in mind that bullets aren't free, so you had better have deep pockets if you want to spray and pray. Different gunsmiths have different ideas on which design is superior, but no matter how you look at it, you still have three main categories. One-handed with the magazine housed in the grip. Range is short, and accuracy is nothing to brag about, but it's fast and will give your enemies nightmares in close quarters. At the other end of the spectrum, you have the assault SMGs, which are more like a rifle than a pistol. Built for range and accuracy, you need to keep your distance to be effective. The stock makes for better stability, but they're slower to aim and fire. And in the mid-range, there are the compact SMGs. They don't excel at anything, but don't have any significant drawbacks either. An energy gun would be nice. The storekeeper laughs politely, then stops when you don't join him. We've run out of energy cells a long time ago. The guns aren't much good without themselves, are they? Run out? Why? Well, says the man, scratching his stubble, the mutiny drained the ammunition depots pretty fast, and that was what, 100 years ago? They stocked the ship with weapons to scare off the primitives and secure our colony, not to fight a civil war. I'm sure there are a few leftover cells here and there, but they're worth a lot of money, and only a fool would use them to charge a gun. Luckily, there are less fancy, but still effective alternatives. I take it you can't make more cells. Do I look like a plasma physicist to you? Far as I know, nobody is making energy cells anymore. What about recharging energy cells? Of course, 30 years I've been a gunsmith and I never once thought of that. He shakes his head at this foolish oversight. Let me just tell the protectors to land the ship, break her down for parts, and fire up the factories. In the meantime, though, how about you take a look at this fine piece of workmanship? He produces a rusty pipe with an attached grip. Ever heard of the gun that won the West? This is its exact replica, but twice as deadly. The West was won with a gun made from scrap metal. It was indeed, says the man without blinking an eye. But let's save the history lesson for another time. How about a rifle or a shotgun? Where do I start? He looks over his wares carefully. A sawed-off shotgun is a good choice for the novice. You just point it and pull the trigger, but unless you're damn close to the target, you'll get nothing but a bang and a flash. For better accuracy, try the long arm. Harder to handle than the sawed-off, but the most accurate gun there is. Then there's this multi-barrel shotgun. Don't worry about the rust. Elbow grease will take care of that. The stopping power is second to none. The range isn't too bad either, as long as you remember it isn't a precision weapon. Show me your pistols. Accuracy requires a long barrel. It'll slow you down a bit in a fight, but gives you a big advantage at a distance. If you want to unload in a hurry, use a revolver. A timeless classic, but less accurate at range. If you're the sort of person who can't stand to lose an argument, I suggest our third option, extra barrels. Awful slow to reload, but if you empty all 4 chambers in someone's face, you should have the rest of the day to do so at your leisure. So kind of a little tutorial about the different weapons, I suppose. The woman stares blankly as if lost in thought, while her metal-capped fingers move across a keyboard that isn't there. You can see she's jacked in, with a long translucent cable running from her half-shaved head to one of the machines. Finally registering your presence, she unplugs the cable from her head and her eyes come into focus. Are you the new doctor? I've been trained in the healing protocols, if that's what you're asking, the woman says impatiently, waiting for you to get to the point. What's that data jack for? My neural uplink. It's how I run diagnostics. Only the simplest systems have external interfaces. What does this machine do? It repairs all tissue and organ damage and pumps you full of drugs to kill pain and inflammation. It takes a couple of hours and sets you back 100 credits. Do you have any implants for sale? On occasions, when the scabs bring me something I can salvage. What do you mean? Where do you think the implants come from? We certainly can't make them anymore. She gives a look of disgust, but whether it is directed at your ignorance, civilization's decline, or the nature of scavenging is anyone's guess. When the scavs show up to trade, they're always telling me they found some dusty old corpse from the ship's launch, as if I can't see the blood on them. Half the time they've managed to break the damn thing when cutting it out. Where could I find one of these dusty old corpses? In the mission control ruins. If you're desperate enough, just save some credits for regen when you get back. If you get back. After a moment she adds, McNeil and his crew hit a jackpot on a zero-G deck just last month. An anti-riot officer with a squad commander implant and a full suit of subdermal armor. For once they showed some sense and dragged the entire cadaver to me. If they had tried to hack the body up on their own, the tech would have been scrambled for sure. Can you show me how to extract implants safely? If you make yourself useful, you can watch me work. Maybe you can learn a thing or two. She walks up to a corpse lying on one of the beds and checks the tag. Motor cortex chip. The dumb bastard overclocked it, fried the chip and half his brain. She points to a patch of blackened skin and burnt hair. Still, there might be something worth keeping. She glances at you. I don't have all day, so get to work, will you? She passes you the saw. Half an hour later. Well, I'll be damned. The suppressor's still good. With a quick hard shake, she pulls an intact piece of electronics from amid the cooked brain and ruined circuitry. She drops it in a jar of disinfectant and slaps you on the back with an unwashed hand. Oddly enough, this practical lesson of field surgery and neural implants has been more educational than you expected. Anything else I can help you with? Well, I do have an errand that needs running. A fella by the name of Jimmy Brewster sent word that he has something for me. He owes me 500 creds, so it had better be worth some quality biotech. If it is, bring it here and I'll make it worth your while. If it isn't, I'll deal with Jimmy myself when he shows up here. Where can I find him? When he's in town, he rents one of the warehouses in Camp Town. E7, I think. Can I ask you something else? Look at that, we managed to level up our thingy a little bit. Cool. We could also try to steal, I suppose.
Stream elements.
Okay, so this is Abe's general store
Stay
over
moist,
here.
my friends. Hydrate.
That's where we'll find, what's his name, right? Evans. We could try to steal some arms. Okay, let's see. Abe, how you doing, Abe? Welcome to Abe, says Abe, his face distorted by a permanent smile. Everything's on sale on this very special day. You say that every day. Can't help it, shrugs Abe. Every day is a very special sale day. Does this sign even work? You're the only one who's complaining. Maybe I should charge you extra. Or maybe I should just shoot you in the face, fool. Evans. Being a gunfighter is a quick and easy way to make a living in the pit. All it takes is a gun and some guts. It's also a quick and easy way to wind up dead, but the kind of men drawn to the gun always think they're going to live forever. Evans learned the realities of his new trade the hard way. The first time, Evans got lucky and killed his man as he fumbled his draw. Riding high, Evans called out an old hand who put 3 bullets in his chest and left him for dead. Lucky for Evans, a stranger patched him up and he survived, but today he looks like a man whose luck has just about run out. Jade, nods Evans. What brings you to these parts? He asks, his rifle still pointed your way. I have a job for you. A job? Evans pretends to think about it for a moment. Truth be told, I've got a job for you too. All you've got to do is stick around and watch my back while I deal with these thugs. You do that for me, I'll do whatever you need. No questions asked. Deal? What thugs? Jonas sent some gun thugs to harass Abe. He nods at the storekeep. Abe here went to the regulators, but Braxton said he can't spare any men. You and I both know the bastard doesn't want to get involved. So Abe hired me to watch the store, but the son of a bitch didn't say a word about Jonas until I agreed. I'm no coward, but I don't want to go against Jonas alone. He runs his town for Christ's sake. Why did Abe go to the regulators? Beats me. We all agreed to hire the regulators when the Brotherhood started eyeing the pit and getting ideas. The only reason they're still around, now that the Brotherhood's backed off, is to make sure they don't come back. At any rate, their job is to show that we have some muscle, even if it's hired muscle, not sort out local trouble. What does Jonas want from Abe? Money. What else? His thugs send everyone who does business in the pit has to pay taxes or pack up and go. I told Abe he should pay, but he doesn't want to listen to reason. If he wants to die, that's his business, but now I'm going to go down with him. Wait and see what transpires. The gun thug shows up around noon, a man in his 40s who moves with slow confidence, and a brash young man eager to get himself killed. You got Jonas's money? Demands the kid, talking tough. The older man stays quiet, keeping his eyes on you and Evans. Kill. A character's initiative determines the turn order in combat. You can click on any name in the turn order list to see the corresponding character, friend, or foe. You can activate a defensive gadget during the placement stage before a fight starts. The effect's duration will be reduced by 1 turn, but you won't start the fight defenseless, especially if your initiative is low.
Moria said, "Good afternoon."
Good afternoon, Moria. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Place the cursor over the weapon slot to see the text available for the equipped weapon. Once you're familiar with the attacks, you can use the numeric keys to cycle through them. There are 4 different armor types: helmet, torso, arms, legs, each with its own damage resistance. Use aimed attacks to target the weak spots of your enemies. Your chance to hit an enemy is affected by many factors, including the weapon's quality and range, attack type, cover. You can press Alt while aiming to see the breakdown of your accuracy rating to understand it better, moving to get a better shot or switching to a secondary weapon or different attack type is the easiest way to boost accuracy short term. Click on a grenade on your belt slot to select it, left click to throw, right click to switch back to your default weapon. Place the cursor over a stimulant in your belt slot, then click on the Use button. Regen stims have drawbacks on use. Super Soldier stims have drawbacks when the effect expires. What do we do now? Asked Evans, visibly shaken. We have to see it through, I suppose. It's your call, says Evans. I reckon I'll stick with you until this thing blows over. Welcome aboard. I don't know how to thank you, Jade, says Abe, wiping sweat off from his forehead. These ruffians, they would have killed me dead. God knows I don't have much, but I'll give you all I can spare, and then some. Turns out Abe could only spare 2 small boxes of ammo, 25 rounds each, but it's definitely better than nothing. Abe, I'm starting to think these two gentlemen had the right idea. Maybe I should finish what they started. You saved me from these robbers only to rob me yourself. You, who I loved like my own daughter. You want to take my life? Take it. It's yours. Fine, fine, calm down. What are you going to do now? Pray for less excitement in my life. What else can I do? Didn't you move here from the habitat? You can always go back. Back? As bad as the pit is sometimes, the habitat is 10 times worse. The protectors are all about their mission, and every poor bastard that lives in their enclave has to toe the line whether he likes it or not. They tax you up the wazoo, and they expect you to contribute what little you've left to the war effort. They're still talking about war? The protectors have been gearing up for war ever since the mutiny. The Brotherhood's been doing the same, of course. If you ask me, neither side wants to fight, but they've been beating their chests for the last 100 years, so they have no choice but to go through with it. In the church, waiting on the sidelines to finish off the winner. It's a smart play. Okay, it looks like we do have some loot, so that's kind of cool. There's some medkits, I guess. Heals 10 health plus 2 per point of biotech skill of the medic. A Gatling gun, a multi-barrel shotgun, a replica of the Gatling gun named after a famous warlord of old Earth. This multi-barrel tool of destruction brought Gatling great success in one of the home planet's many world wars. A Plugger, a crude submachine gun finished from pipes, stamped steel and ill-fitting parts, anti-rust spray solid, sold separately. Some smart glasses. Back in the pre-mutiny days, these smart glasses used to stream a galaxy of digital entertainment directly into your brain. They're still useful for highlighting objects of interest in your environment, such as concealed gunmen about to open fire. When did I get this camp knife? I don't remember getting a camp knife. Crude bolt action rifle featuring minimalist design and aesthetic, rifling sold separately. Utility bar made for wrecking walls and tearing out steel studs. This multi-purpose utility bar will serve you equally well in demolishing your enemies. Worker jacket, a heavy-duty jacket offering sufficient protection against work accidents, very limited protection against bullets and sharp edges. I'll just loot all. I don't see any reason not to right now. I'm very glad the auto sort is a thing. Is there a way to turn the or something so I can? There we go. Because I want to loot this guy if I can. Or does he not have anything on him? Can't seem to loot him, so maybe not. Okay. Party member. Evans, okay. Okay, so this is where we can design the specialist, so if our... Oh, okay, so on the checks, I'm guessing this is if our party member has a better level than us, we can... And then auto sign probably just puts the highest one each, okay. I see. Healing biotech, 16 health per med kit. Okay, so I've got 27 health and I could heal up to... So 27, 37, 43, 50, so 2 would get us to 59, which would be 1 less. And we have, oh, okay. Okay, that's how many points we're actually healing, and then down here is how many medkits I would use. Yeah, okay, so that's 32. Okay. So, like, so? Yeah. Okay, so that's 2 medkits gets us mostly healed back up. Okay, so our first combat as so-called hard difficulty does not seem to be too hard. Okay, I'm guessing the unified looting means we looted both bodies at once. That's probably what that means. You can view your party stats here, tag skills for new party members, and add new feats on level ups. You can dismiss a party member by clicking on the X button near the portrait, but only when in town. Okie dokie. So here we can see Heavens. Tough bastard, health plus 10, enemies critical damage is halved. Okie dokie. It was glowing, so I don't know if that means he has a... Okay, I see. Okay, so I have to tag one of his skills. I'll, I'll hold off on that until I know better which one I might want to tag. Inventory. Okay, so he's got a Hauer, low-cost assault rifle, and he's got some worker boots. I may steal your boots and put them on me, maybe. Projectile and melee 1-1. I may steal your boots and put them on me because I'm more important than you, so... Because that's projectile melee. It does lower armor handling, but that should be fine. And then you can have my boots. Studded vest. Protective vest. Projectile melee energy. Has a little bit better melee, it looks like, same projectile. Looks like it has one better, so we'll switch vest around. Two, 3, 1, 2, 2, 1. Yeah, just a little bit better. You're the companion, you're not the main person. So I guess you use assault rifles? Okay, Evans. He's got 2 in the pistol and 2 in the rifle. Okay. So he's a rifle person. I understand. So... Rifle. What about the bolter? Because we just looted that, right? Damage 10 to 13, 11 to 14. So it'd be a little bit better maybe to have him with a rifle. Assault rifle. Maybe. But it looks like it only has like 1 bullet, so that can be like a backup or something. Okay, as far as I'm concerned, the utility bar, that's the same thing, isn't it? 7, 9, yeah, that's exact same utility, so we can sell that, I guess. Submachine gun, that's kind of what I'm using. 10 to 13. Although I'll probably focus on the utility bar more, knowing me, but... So that's probably better than the fly apart. Probably. Smart glasses, goggles, eyes, thermal vision, and resistance to optical. That sounds pretty good. Ability resistance re-attacks determined by cybernetic implants and protective gear. Oh, and we can press Alt for comparison. I just noticed that. Okay, so that's exactly what we've got on right now are the protective sleeves. Same with the worker jacket. Okay, that's fine. Oh, and even okay, very good. Here we go. So yeah, see, this does less damage. The AP cost is more, but that's okay. The effective range is more. Okay. So then if we compared, yeah, assault rifle versus rifle, that's the difference. One's a sniper rifle, one's an assault rifle, okay. So you don't have any protective sleeves on, so we should probably put these on you. You don't have a jacket, so we'll give you the jacket. Auto sort, okay. And then up here it shows all the ammo we have. 9mm, 5.56, okay, very good. Okay. Looks like a crowd's gathered. We should probably open the door. Rumor has it that Captain Braxton once served a higher power, that in the days before his crisis of faith, he was known as Faithful Gunner Jeremiah Braxton among the Church of the Elect. There's plenty of talk about why he left, but as is often the case, no story is more compelling than the others. Backed up by a few like-minded men and picking up more recruits along the way, Braxton left the church and wound up in the pit, where good fighting men are always in high demand. Around the same time, the Brotherhood had started nosing around, eager to establish a foothold here. Braxton and his regulators offered the good people of the pit their services. After much debate, they were hired to drive the Brotherhood's men out, which was accomplished with brutal efficiency. "Thank God you're alive," says Braxton, holstering his gun. "When I heard the gunfire, I assumed the worst. I thought you didn't want to get involved." "It's not my fight," says Braxton, "but someone has to step in and protect these people. I have nothing against Jonas, but this time he's gone too far. What can I do to help?" "Quite a lot, actually. If we move against Jonas, he'll claim that the regulators are taking over, and many would side with him. We don't want that. But you're one of them. If you challenge Jonas, people will side with you. Of course we'll stand with you, but it will be your fight." "Why me?" "Why, who else?" Braxton asks loudly, making sure that everyone can hear him. "You didn't look the other way when Jonas's thugs threatened Abe. You saved him because it was the right thing to do. Now I'm asking you to help us save this town." "Tempting, very tempting. Unfortunately, saving towns costs money, and I'm broke. I don't have a habit of paying up front. Do right by me, and I will certainly do right by you. Consider me in your employ, Captain. Then talk to Jonas. Put him on notice in front of everyone. Let them all hear what you have to say." "Why, won't he know that we're coming?" "We aren't going to stab him in the back," Braxton says firmly. "A man deserves the right to defend himself." Wait for them to leave. "What are you going to do?" asks Evans. "I haven't decided yet. What's your take on it?" "What's that saying? Better the devil you know than the devil you don't. So there's that. But sometimes I wonder whether that devil's going to let it all go to hell. Jonas did build this town, but that's as far as he's going to take it. He did a good job keeping everyone on their best behavior at first, back when the pit was more of a camp, but the bigger the town got, the more lawless it became. And Braxton? Braxton. His men do a good job patrolling the decks around the town, but I'm not sure I'd want to see them patrolling the pit and telling folks what to do. If Braxton ends up on top, who knows how far he would take that law and order thing, although probably not as far as the Brotherhood would, so there's that. Hmm. Hmm. Have you come here to find your purpose? The preacher asks by way of welcome. Either the church has fallen on rough times or they deliberately chose a minimalistic design. The only ornamentation is an oversized metal cross welded to the back wall. Two deacons flank the altar, a featureless metal oblong, and look on impassively. The submachine guns cradled in their arms suggest theirs is a militant faith. What purpose would that be? Doing the Lord's work? Of course. How else would we prove our devotion to the Lord? How else would we end our trials and arrive at our destination? Is it a fancy way of saying you would like to hire me to do a job? You can say that, frowns the preacher. One of my deacons was taken prisoner. I want him back. Is there more to the story? I sent him to James McNeil, the preacher says reluctantly. If McNeil and his crew were to pay the church a tenth of what he makes from his scavenging business, people would take notice. Others would follow his example. You think shaking him down will make you popular? It's not a shakedown, the preacher says irritably. We are offering him the spiritual boon of serving the Lord and potentially more practical support. Such an arrangement will demonstrate that the Lord holds sway in even the darkest zones. Strength is the only language these people will understand. What happened to your deacon? McNeil's holding him, a man of God, prisoner. I want him released, the preacher says angrily. I want restitution. I'll see what I can do. Why are you helping him? Asks Evans when you step outside. McNeil's one of us. You would have done the same thing if some clown tried to shake you down. Done the same, I would have shot that deacon in the face, and after I did, I would get ready to shoot Solomon's bounty hunters next. If he's one of us, McNeil knew the rules of the game before he started playing, and he doesn't get to call it quit at halftime. You of all people should know that. Evan's hand goes almost involuntarily to his chest, and somewhere beneath his dancing fingers are the gruesome scars of where the gunman shot him and left him for dead. At last he sighs. Well, better point better the gun than the target, even if I would rather be pointed somewhere else. We do what we gotta do, man. Whoa, says one of the junkies. Look at you strolling like you own the place. He shakes his head. It's our territory. You gots to pay me first, and then you can be on your way. All business-like, see? Your lunge is clumsy, and any experienced fighter would have seen it coming a mile away. Lucky for you, it catches the junkie by surprise, and he goes down moaning. Fuck you, junkie. Fuck you. Move along, says the guard. Nothing to see here. What's Main Street? Well, if Camptown is anything goes kind of place, Main Street is a place where nothing goes without Jonas Redford's say-so. What about the outskirts then? The town's growing, and the outskirts is the physical manifestation of the growing pain, the guard says philosophically. I would stay clear if I were you. What can you tell me about Jonas? What everyone knows, shrugs the guard. He set up a camp here 20 years ago or so, back when he was still making runs into what's left of the Mission Control. The camp grew and Redford grew with it. He doesn't call himself a mayor, but he doesn't have to. Everyone knows what he is, except maybe Braxton. What do you think about Braxton? A hired gun. A few years ago, the Brotherhood got the notion we won't put up much of a fight if they were to come free us from our chains, so Jonas hired Braxton and his regulators to dissuade them. Braxton lost half his men dissuading the Brotherhood until they got the message, which gave him a hero status and all kinds of ideas. Why be the mayor's guard dog on a tight leash when you can be the mayor? Braxton fought the Brotherhood and won. Braxton caught the Brotherhood's forces by surprise and delayed them long enough for the Protectors to show up. That's what he was hired to do, to buy us time. For all their flaws, the Protectors won't let the Brotherhood grab the pit without a fight, and vice versa, of course. As long as they're busy fighting each other, the pit will remain free. A dead turret. The ammo drum is empty, and the targeting control module is missing. All that's left of a turret that defended Main Street from an angry mob during the last year's riots. Welcome to Hit and Kill, says the storekeeper, giving you a quick appraising look. We carry high-end merchandise for the discerning customer. Like you, he adds with less certainty. Do you have anything special? Special goods. I sell them as fast as they come in. Kept these goggles for myself, though. Too bad. Hmm. I could try to steal some of your ammo. I could. Do I know you? The man stares in your direction, his pupils so dilated it looks like looking into two bottomless holes. Welcome to Boone's Moonshine, says the bartender. What can I get for you? Hmm. You know how to handle firearms, the proprietor asks, apparently not a man for pleasantries. I know how to solve problems, if that's what you're asking. I don't need a gun to do that. Excellent, he replies, without any enthusiasm. You're hired. Hired for what? What do you think someone hires a gun hand? Either because he expects trouble or is planning to stir some up. Pay is 100 creds on completion, nothing up front. Are we in business or aren't we? We are. All right, the proprietor says approvingly. The client is a fellow by the name of Trevor Chauncey, known around these parts as Chance. He's got a meet set up with the Granger boys to sell some kind of doohickey, and he's worried things might get dicey. If they do, you get to stand between him and a hail of bullets. Who are the Grangers? The outfit that's trying to reclaim hydroponics over on C deck. They buy parts and pay good money for them. Paying for salvage attracts all kinds of customers, some desirable, some not. If the Grangers are buying, what's this Chancefell worried about? Probably trying to get Swift and sell them some junk gustled up like valuable tech. If I'm right, and they say through his bullshit, he'll have a problem on his hands. And since he's the client, his problems are your problems. We good? Yes. You can find Chance in the nearby bar, which doubles up as his office. Tell him Earl sent you. I'm looking for Jed Walker. Jed's a bit of a wanderer, but last I heard he was staying at the new housing block down the street. Can't miss it. Rectangular design, olive green with rust trim. Forest Muse, I think it's called. Anything you can tell me about him? I can tell you he runs his mouth faster than he runs up a tab, and that's saying something. Jed claims to have traveled the ship from stem to stern and made deals with every type of merchant, fanatic, and scab known to the void. How such a world-wise entrepreneur ended up living in a rusted-out container furnished with discarded packing material is a mystery to me, but I just serve liquor, never claimed to be one of the big brains around here. Any work around here? Must be your lucky day, grins Boone. My algae shipment is 3 days late, and my customers are complaining. Fetch it for me, and I'll pay you 1,000 credits. Why do you need algae? Beats the in tabs or synthetic meat. It's a choke full of protein, vitamins, and minerals. All natural, mind you. None of that plastic shit. 1,000 credits for a delivery job. 1,000 credits for a shipment of algae. I pay Carlos 900 per case, but I'm willing to throw an extra 100 for delivery. If you can get a better price from Carlos, that's between you and him. Where can I find this Carlos? Over at Hydroponics. Where else? I hope you don't mind a bit of traveling to expand your horizons. I'll see what I can do. Do I know you? Earl told me I could find you here. Okay. Yeah. Good. You know what the job is, right? Asked Chance, looking anything but confident. If things go smoothly, I make the deal and you get paid for doing nothing. That's what I'm hoping for, of course. But if the Grangers turn weasel on us, you need to stand up and fast. Remember this, if I don't get paid, you don't get paid. What's the nature of this deal exactly? The Grangers want a control module for one of their towers. I happen to have an extra one I don't need. That's it. Accompany Chance to the meeting place. You follow Chance to the outskirts of the pit. Out beyond the densely populated center, the environment ironically gets more orderly as the towering container stacks fall into countless perfectly squared rows. Nothing here seems to have shifted an inch since the ship left Earth orbit a million years ago. Soon you arrive at the only open container in sight, a dull glow within signaling a human presence. Three men stand silently about a portable heater, the shipment equivalent of the frontier campfire, minus the good cheer. Do you have it? The man in charge says in a voice hoarse and low. The left side of his face is disfigured with gruesome, saucer-sized scars, like vicious sucker marks. From one of these rippled craters, the angry orange light of an ocular implant is doing duty for a missing eye. You can't help but wonder about the tentacle that must have delivered that kiss. Everyone's heard the stories, of course, but you felt better telling yourself they were exaggerated. Chance hurriedly yanks a dusty old control module from his belt bag and passes it to Scarface. The Granger glances down at it, no more than a quick take, and tosses it to the ground. What's the deal? Chance's voice fights a tense silence, like a mouse struggling against a snake. You wanted a tower control module. I brought you a tower control module. Now where's my money? I got shit to do. He cuts his eyes at you, both in a naked appeal for support and to give himself a break from looking at his mark. Scarface isn't so interested in Chance anymore, though. His implant is giving you a hard stare, and you're guessing it's doing more than just staring. Judging by the design, it's military hardware, already locked in and analyzing its target. What if I can get this module for you? The head ranger contemplates your offer for a moment. Then you'll get paid, and well, he says cautiously, but as far as I know, the only place to find one is Mission Control Center. Your friend claimed he knew a diver who had recovered this kind of module we need. Since he lied, I assume it's still there. The divers we sent didn't return. I will find a way. Good. If you make it back, come and see me at our camp. Name's Gideon. We'll look after your friend in the meantime, Gideon says, nodding at Chance. He has a debt to work off, and lucky for him, we can always use extra manpower. Okay, well, our friend got kidnapped, so yay. Well, inquires Earl, I'm going to need a little more time. The Grangers took the client, but I can get him back. Earl nods distractedly, losing what little interest he had in the topic. Do you have anything for me? Client came in while you were out. Name of Faith Ward. Ward Salvage was a prospecting outfit operating out in the frontier. They recently happened on a valuable find, like once in a lifetime valuable, but ran into a bit of a snag trying to sell it. Now Miss Ward is the last breathing member of that organization. The lady wants to reclaim her rightful property and deliver some old-fashioned retribution on the low-down, cowardly scum that stole it. Earl spits on the floor to further elucidate his feelings on the matter. After a quick examination of Miss Ward's finances, I assured her I knew just the woman for the job, someone intimately familiar with the legal term extreme prejudice. Where can I find her? Take the stairs on your right. You won't miss her. I'll take care of it. The woman steps forward from the shadows. Her face and clothes say she recently took some kind of beating, but her eyes tell you she's not anywhere near done. You must be Faith Ward. Earl sent me. They killed my family, says Faith. Her voice wavers for a moment. I want them to pay for what they've done. Who are they? How many? Lazarus Foley and his crew. 5, maybe 6 men. Go on. We found a key on the body of a dead diver deep down in the Mission Control ruins. He had it tucked away in his breast pocket, right here. She points to her heart as she says it, then pauses a moment. Do you know what it's like out there? The work, I mean. Our days are spent sifting through piles of junk, looking to turn the littlest kind of profit. Broken down droids that might have a part or two worth jimmying out. Batteries and smashed plasma weapons that might still hold a charge. Skeletons with battered old implants. We're trying to make a living out of a fool's errand, but most of us think there's some chance of striking gold out there. I never did myself, not until I saw that key. What happened next? My father made a deal with Lazarus Foley, took my brother and 2 men who worked for us with him. Show of strength, he said, whispers Faith. 2 tears trickle slowly down her cheeks. but somehow only make her seem harder. My father, my brother, they hired hands. They didn't return. But Foley's men did, came after me that very night, cleaning up loose ends, I guess. They sound like thorough people. What makes this key so valuable? How many electronic keys have you seen in your life? Not an access card, but a real
Stream
electronic
Elements
key.
said, Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
I've never even seen that lock that goes with the key like that. It stands to reason that whatever's behind the door fitting that key is worth a fortune. Could it be it opens up the command center itself? Who knows? Could be. So how am I going to find this Foley? He's probably staying out of sight. That's the easy part, says Earl, appearing out of nowhere. I will send word to Foley that I have a buyer for the key. Whether he intends to make an honest sale or ambush you like he did the wards, he'll arrive with his men ready for war. I had best get ready then. Did Foley take the bait? Faith nods. He'll be waiting for you in the warehouse, E4. I can take you there when you're ready. I'm ready as I'm going to be, I think. You're standing outside the warehouse. Foley and his men are waiting within. It's time to consider your options. Distract Foley with your witty repartee while Faith sneaks inside and takes him out. Here's the renowned Lazarus Foley. He looks like a hard one as advertised. His henchmen are just filler, though a stray bullet can kill you just as dead as one fired by a marksman. You ain't no scav, says Foley, and that means you've never seen the inside of Mission Control. So you ain't here to buy the key, are ya, girl? I'm not going to skulk in the ruins looking for the magic door, if that's what you're asking. I'm going to sell the key in the habitat for twice as much. Really? Asks Foley, eager to pump you for info. Good market there? It looks like Faith will have plenty of time to get in position. Keep him talking. You tell Foley what he wants to hear, giving Faith enough time to get inside. Finally, you see her emerging from the ventilation hatch at the other end of the warehouse. Who's your buyer? Foley asks, feigning indifference. Maybe I know him. You accuse Foley of trying to cut you out while telling him enough to figure out who the buyer is, had he existed in the first place. When Faith appears behind him, pale as a ghost and just as quiet, Foley's too busy milking you for info to pay attention to anything around him. She strikes once, then twice, and Lazarus collapses, not quite dead yet, but well on the way. Taken by surprise, his men freeze for a split second. Let's do this. Well, shit. First combat went well, but apparently we're not doing so well this one. don't know what to do here. I genuinely don't. I feel like 64% shouldn't have missed both of those, but I feel like I'm really close to figuring out how to beat this. Just, I don't know, man. That and that guy's SMG is just doing so much damage whenever he uses it. It's kind of ridiculous. I mean, the vast majority of my health bar is gone by the time he's done using it, so I don't know how I feel about that either. I would use my SMG, but my aim is apparently just, you guys saw it, 25 to, it was not good. How do I miss twice? 61%. Statistically, both, at least one of those should have hit. And see, his SMG is just doing so much right there. So I genuinely don't know what to do here. I genuinely just don't know. I feel like I can beat it, maybe, but I don't know. I just, I don't, I feel like we start doing pretty good at first and maybe take down someone, but then for some reason maybe I just need to use more skills better. I know there's some that allow us to cripple them and I don't know. But our accuracy is so shit. And I'm trying to mitigate that a little bit here by going ahead and taking the accuracy +8 here with the Basher. And then Evans seems to have pretty good, but he still misses even with 71% with the Sharpshooter. So, biggest thing is to get rid of that one guy pretty quick so he doesn't use his SMG, right? Because that seems to be one big problem right there. If maybe we stop putting Evans behind cover so we can go ahead and help with that, maybe that could help. Maybe I should just focus more on one person and hope they don't try to hit Evans too much. I'm not smart. I'm not smart enough for this, guys. I'm just not. Okay, well, we got somewhere a little bit that time, but we lost faith, and we don't want to lose faith, right? We're getting there. We're figuring something out somehow. It's a combination of skills, having the feats properly assigned. It's Yeah, okay, so combat is just... I got fooled by that first combat. I thought combat would be a bit easier, but no, apparently combat is going to be fun. And we finally did it. It took us forever, but we fucking got there, boys. I knew I had faith in myself. I knew it would take a while because I'm stupid, but hey, I had faith in myself to get done. Faith kneels down by Lazarus's body and rifles through his pockets until she finds the key. It's an old ship-style key fob sporting a 4-inch metal rod. It has to be a mechanical lock with an electronic lock control device that grants access to the lock. A lot of people died for this. She speaks slowly, as if unsure of what she's going to say next. But why? What's hidden behind that goddamn door that's worth this many lives? Since my regular crew is dead, I'll need to hire out for this run and pray they can see it through. I'm willing to take a chance on you if you want the job. What's stopping me from taking the key and disappearing? Nothing, Faith replies plainly. You don't know the ruins. Even if you did, you're not going to make it out without outside help. Neither of us gets what we want without trusting somebody. Easiest thing would be to trust each other. I'll think about it. Her eyes suddenly lifeless. I've never killed anyone before. I knew he had it coming, but it doesn't make it any easier. It doesn't, but we do what we have to do to survive. Is this the only way? Kill or be killed? Ask your father. Faith nods, considering what you said. Her face hardens as she makes a decision. I'll see you around. I don't know about you, but I need a drink. If you change your mind, you know where to find me. It's kill or be killed, man. It's kill or be killed.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
The job's done. Foley's dead. Well done. Check back with me in a few weeks. I might have something for you. Okie dokie, very nice. That's what's up. Did we get, okay. Almost. Do we? I'm confused. Oh, okay, we have one of the, okay. Um, hmm, hmm. A woman is half asleep in an old, worn-out chair, a half-empty bottle of whiskey on a makeshift table in front of her. When you take another step, she opens one eye and glances at you. The Lord giveth, sighs the woman, and reluctantly opens the other eye, forcing herself awake. How would you like to make 500 credits for 5 minutes of work? Why me? You passed 2 tests, says the woman, reaching for the bottle. First, you pick the lock on my door. To be fair, the lock is shite, but it still may take some skill. Second, you clearly have a certain moral flexibility, otherwise you wouldn't be here. What do you want me to steal? A key, grins the woman. How else are we going to get in? Why steal a key when you can pick the lock? Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Just because you can pick this lock doesn't mean you can pick any lock. Some locks are way too tricky. Others are hardly locks at all, at least not in the conventional sense. Why do you need me? He knows me, so he would be on guard. That's why I need you. Who's this mysterious he? His name's Samson, ex-military by the looks of him. He favors the engine fuel bar in Camptown, but he's awfully tight-lipped even when drunk. My guess is he came into some money, not entirely legal, and decided to disappear. Can't find a better place in the pit. He keeps a low profile and rents a cheap room, but it's all an act. I saw him skulking around in the outskirts one day and followed him. He led me straight to his stash, but it's locked tighter than a steel drum. So how do I steal his key? Easy, let me show you. You gain some insights into the questionable art of picking pockets and petty theft. Wait right here. So did that actually upgrade my lockpick, or did it upgrade the Faith? Because she's... I feel like it upgraded Faith's. Because she's the one on that right now. Yeah, that should be fine. Probably. Samson gives you a sharp look when you move next to him, clearly fighting the urge to tell you to piss off. Order a drink to put him at ease. Seeing that you're just another customer, Samson relaxes and switches his attention to one of the serving girls. Work your magic. You spill your drink on Samson, causing commotion and making his key disappear. Ha ha, we stole your key. What you gonna do about it, boy? Show me a woman of taste and I'll show you someone who's sick of ingesting Intabs, says the meat man excitedly. He gestures you closer. What am I selling, you ask? Real synthetic meat paste infused with old world flavors not seen since planet Earth. What would you say to a salty New Yorker or tomatoey marinara red? What about spring mix? You look like a spring mix woman for sure. You sell meat that tastes like spring mix? My friend, we do it all. The salesman squeezes an oily, colorless substance out of a grubby tube and rubs it between his fingers. See what I'm saying? 60% organic. Eat it raw or stir fry it, Earth style. This is the closest you'll ever get to eating real buffalo, but the actual Earth animal never tasted half this good. Why? Because even the ancients didn't have our flavor infusion technology. Plucking up another unmarked tube, he squeezes a cyan-colored glob into a plastic cup. The Danish blue melts in your mouth. I gotta warn you though, close your eyes and you might think you're sitting under a tree by a river of water someplace, eating a blue Danish thing, whatever that is. How exactly does one make synthetic meat? Our starter cells come from fungal protein, a side benefit of the fungus infestation in hydroponics. We grow the cells in a protein-rich serum decanted from biorecyclers, which incidentally reduces the load on the ship's recycling systems, while providing a steady supply of delicious, nutritious meat paste. Win-win. The biorecyclers are where dead bodies get dumped. The key word is recycled. Let's not dwell on what goes in. What matters is what comes out. Oh yeah, we are totally eating Soylent Green up in this bitch. Mostly purified organic compost chock full of nutrients and minerals. I mean, where do you think Intabs come from? Oh yeah, we are so eating Soylent Green on this ship. Yay! Soylent Green! What's this guy over here sell? We're just exploring. Welcome to the Old Earth Emporium. The proprietor is so excited you almost can't tell it's a pitch. Where do you want to go, my friend? Do you want to walk the streets of ancient Rome, sail the seven seas before they went toxic, save Earth from brain-eating alien invaders? Let's get to the part where you tell me what you're selling. Movies, he says, just like the olden times. What you're looking at here is a fully immersive simulation, put you smack dab in the middle of the action. Back before the mutiny, this magic box was a training simulator used to upload skill sets into a person's melon, achieve in minutes what it would take decades to learn in the real world. Now imagine what this level of tech can do for modern entertainment. Forget about everything else you've seen and done. I'm talking about the best damned experience of your entire life. What kind of movies? How about a nice World War IV flick? It's about the crew of a damaged hunter-killer forced to land in a pacification zone. Classic of the genre, non-stop action, bloodshed. You're going to love it. Which one was World War IV? The African War, the Nigerian Confederacy versus the Empire of the Congo. The Nigerians were subjugating their neighbors and calling it a confederation, while the Congolese were busy expanding their borders in all directions. Didn't take long for their interests to clash. Not surprisingly, China and Europe backed Nigeria, their biggest trading partner. The Pan-American Protectorate and the Caliphate sided with the Congo, probably despite the European Federation, and take them down a notch. The rest, as they say, is history. What was Earth like before we left? The founding fathers called it Sodom and Gomorrah. I wonder what they would call this little slice of heaven, says the proprietor, gesturing around him. You think things were better before the mutiny? Compared to all this? Hard to imagine worse, says the proprietor, scratching the back of his head. Of course, if you listen to the Brotherhood, the ship was nothing but a floating prison before the mutiny. If you listen to the Protectors, it was paradise lost, so the truth's gotta be somewhere in between. Not that it matters now. What does the church say? The church? They blame the ship authority for the collapse and the mutineers for plunging the ship into chaos, which puts them at odds with both the Brotherhood and the Protectors. The Chaplain General says that had the church been in charge, none of that would have happened. But I have a feeling that he's talking about his plans for the future, not the past. Did we win? Well, after 3 years of fighting, everybody said they won. The enemy got to keep the North. Most of it was razed anyway, but we did liberate the South. You're telling me you have a machine that can load skills into people's minds like software into a computer? It sure can. If you have an authorization token, the proprietor replies dryly. He's plainly frustrated by how insistently you're missing the point. Do you have such a thing? No, you don't. So why not take a load off and enjoy some of Earth's finest films instead? Hold on, tell me more about these tokens. Well, the ship authority kept a pretty tight fist around them, as I understand it. They didn't want just anybody to take a ride and come out a super soldier or a nuclear engineer. I think the mutiny showed they were pretty much bang on the money there. So you need one of them thingies to access the fancy cognition protocols. The token routes this request to the central computer, and out comes another productive member of society. Where does one get these tokens? Other than filling out a form in triplicate with the ship authority? No place. I mean, maybe there are some lying around here and there, but how bored would you have to be to go looking? Don't answer that because I've already got the cure. How about a nice World War IV flick? It's about the crew of a damaged hunter-killer forced to land in a pacification zone. Classic of the genre, non-stop action. You're going to love it. How many world wars did they have? 5. Probably 6 or 7 by now. No reason to stop when you've got a good thing going, right? Okay, so maybe this is a way to learn some skills if we find some of these tokens or something. That could be kind of cool. The monitors are crowded with columns of stats and odds for upcoming trials, as well as post-trial evaluations, shooting efficiency and performance rankings for the prosecution and defense, and a list of payouts. Are you fighting today? The storekeeper gestures at the arena. Last chance to even the odds, my friend. Do you have anything good? Maybe? No bets until the next case goes to trial, the bookie says. His eyes are riveted to a 3-inch high holographic dancer spinning around a narrow vertical beam of light, which logic would suggest represents a pole. When will that be? The miniature dancer shrugs emphatically and tilts her head to one side, regarding you like a curious bird. Whenever they find another sucker to replace Bosworth, maybe you should give it a shot yourself instead of asking a million questions. What happened to this Bosworth fellow? The dancer jerks back dramatically and pantomimes being shot several times before tumbling over backwards and slowly falling still on the counter. The man nods at his little friend. Pretty much. His shield evaporated. Dead battery. Right in the middle of a heated conversation. It's funny as long as it doesn't happen to you. Brighten up your world with Core Pro Tech's Insight 7L. Tap into the 20th century image processing technology today to automatically adjust gamma, contrast, color, and shadows to give you the best picture quality at an unbelievably reasonable price. Every day looks a little brighter with Core Pro Tech. A bionic eye. Perception +1. You know what? Let's go ahead and do that. That sounds like a good thing. We'll have to install it, obviously, but that's okay. What do you have, friend? You got guns. Tommy gun, submachine gun, assault rifles. I'm thinking I may have the one lady do pistols. I wish I could figure out how to compare to our companion, though. Because Alt compares it to me. I don't know how to compare it to our friend. Oh, random sharp pain in my face. Okay. No, I did not install the IRL, I promise. Okay, so I guess the best maybe we can do is compare it to another pistol we have or something. And just keep her or a pistol on us or something. I'm not sure. Maybe we can have her talk. Oh, maybe we can have her talk to him and do it that way. That could work. That might work. Or not. Or not, apparently. Can you not talk to him? No, apparently not. Okay. Nope, nope, that won't work. So, yeah, that's kind of annoying. The machine injects you with a long-expired anesthetic and pauses to allow the drug to kick in. Unfortunately, time has made the anesthesia sluggish, and the machine gets back to work faster than your nerves shut down. A stabbing pain almost instantly blossoms into agony. You would scream if you could, but all you could do is gasp like a fish. Then the pain stops all at once as if your nervous system were simply taken offline. Abject darkness. And then when you can open your eyes, even seeing is a kind of pain. Every light white hot, every edge razor sharp, every detail like a needle in your retina. This is the world in excruciating clarity in which you now live with radically enhanced vision. And then I can also upgrade them, I guess. Okay, but did that take up the implant that we had in our inventory? Do we have to have the implant? Install implants yourself. Accept the waiver. Subliminal Squad Leader, Synthetic Arc Regeneration Toxin Resistance. Sounds kind of nice. The artificial heart features increased pumping capacity and is much more resistant than the feeble organ you were born with. A built-in filter scrubs a wide range of toxins at a very high rate, making it popular with people who find themselves exposed to dangerous industrial contaminants or chemical weapons. Device. No, okay, so yeah, we do have to have the device in order to upgrade it. So we do have an eye now. We have a pretty little eye that we now have. Our first implant bionic eye. Perception +1. Which where is that stat at? Right here. Which is poor right now, even with the +1, so yay. As you approach, a woman turns on her makeshift grill, a metal plate resting on two crates above a simple burner. "What can I get you?" she asks. One look at the unappetizing mass of recycled protein sitting on the grill is all it takes to dissuade you from the special. She points at a vat with some kind of tear-inducing steam seeping out from around the edges. Today, only 350. Today only 350 for a fried New Yorker. A New Yorker? She opens the vat and fishes out a chunk of gelatinous flesh. "Look at this beauty. I boiled it in vinegar to remove the slime and toxins. You want it well done or medium?" "Maybe later, friend." Okay, let's see what the heck we're doing. I'm not completely sure. I'm still mostly figuring this out. Um, let's see. Let's go back up over here and return to Jaya, because I think we've done that quest now, yeah? Any luck? Give her the key. "See, told you it would be easy. Let's go get our money," says the woman, whistling happily. "That wasn't the deal." "Yeah, so? You want to get paid? Tag along. You want to play a lawyer? Knock yourself out." "Okay, fine. You'll let me do the honors." Um, this feels kinda sus. Okay, I'll open the door, I guess. You spot the telltale signs of a trap. Don't have enough electronics. Does Faith have enough electronics? She does. She manages to disarm the trap. Very good. Tricky fucker. Let's see what he's hiding. Jaya rummages through the strongbox until she finds the credit drive. doesn't make any sense. There's less than 500 here. I thought... It doesn't matter what you thought. You promised me 500, so hand it over. You can't be serious, says Jaya, taking a step back. Dead serious. All right. It's all yours. No need to get all worked up over nothing. She takes another step back and disappears into the darkness. You're gonna pay me what you told me you would pay me, fool. You got a problem with it, you should take it up with whoever didn't pay you as much as they said they were gonna pay you. That's on you there, man. I ain't gonna I ain't gonna play. Looks like you had a turret all set up to shoot me in the face and shit.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
How's life treating you, Jade? Asked McNeil, grinning from ear to ear. Did you hear about that stuff we found 2 weeks ago? An anti-riot officer dressed to kill. He chucks at his own joke. The gear's in mint condition like it was issued yesterday. Brother Solomon sent me. He wants his deacon back. You kidding me? That bastard must have heard we were flush with creds and had the fucking nerve to ask for his cut. Can you believe this shit? He wants his cut, he can earn it on our next run. He doesn't want a cut, the church does. You sure you want them for an enemy? Me? I didn't start this shit. That fucking weasel did when he tried to shake me down. Don't you think it was a little bit too easy? The deacon comes in and makes outrageous demands, practically forcing you to do something stupid. What are you saying? Asked McNeil, squinting at you. They're playing me? They need an excuse to roll in. The deacon plays a victim. His trigger-happy friends come to his rescue and take over your operations in the process. You let the deacon go, they have no choice but to call it off. I'll take my chances, shrugs McNeil. Don't make it harder than it has to be. There's 3 of us, McNeil says slowly. You really think you're that good? A dark-skinned man in his 40s is reclining in the two back legs of a one-piece injection-molded plastic chair. He's balancing a four-barrel shotgun on his knee and it's pointed in your direction. Unlike the other junk strewn about, unlike his home itself, the shotgun is well looked after. "The fuck you want?" he asks, raising the bore of his weapon a little less than an inch. "You owe 1,200 credits." "What about it?" says Jed. He's obviously annoyed, but since he's already aiming a shotgun at your head, isn't sure how to express it. "I'm here to collect." "Girl, take yourself a quick look around. Anything here you can shift for 1,200 credits, it's all yours." "With a shotgun like this, you shouldn't have any trouble raising money." "What do you know about shotguns, girl?" "You really want this to be your last stand, an empty metal box at the edge of nowhere?" "As far as last stands go, it's as good as any. Never had a strong preference on the matter." "Wait, are you that same Jebediah Walker called a hotshot traveler and trader in every corner of the ship? That guy is some kind of legend." "I haven't been squatting in this container for the past 40 years, if that's what you're asking." For a moment you catch a glimpse of something in Jed's eyes. Looks like pride. "Are you sure you're the same guy? 'Cause the high roller I heard about didn't strike me as the type to just sit around waiting to get shot." "Look, I don't have the money, but if you really want to help me, I know a way to clear 2 grand minimum, but I can't do it alone." "I'm listening." "You ever heard of Black Will? His parents named him What God Will, but he shortened it to Will. A little later some other folks tacked on the rest when they saw what kind of man he was." "I heard he was somewhere in the factory." "Yeah, he was, but Black Will wore out his welcome and right now he's laying low, conveniently close by. There are 2 more with him, at least half as black as Will. But if you back me up, me and you can do this town a favor and settle my debt, all for an afternoon's work. What do you say?" "My afternoon's wide open." "You had best get ready then. I'll wait for you here." You follow Jed to a shoddily assembled warehouse, 4 containers welded together, with the inner walls cut away to form a bigger interior. Like a magic trick, he produces an access card and swipes through the magnetic lock. How do you want to play it? Let's kill 'em all. The show's about to start. Jed's stance subtly changes to that of a man readying himself for violence, and he steps inside. Jed, you show up here, you best brought me what I asked for, says a heavy-set, bearded man. Registering more than one person at the door, he scrambles to draw his gun. You backstabbing bastard.
Minnie
Oh,
Desiree
thank you very much
said,
for the raid,
Hoi
Minnie.
hoi.
Welcome on in. Welcome on in, friends. I hope you are having a fantastic existence. I hope you had fun playing whatever it was you were playing. We're trying to figure ourselves out in this
Stream
game, so
Elements
fair warning,
said,
there's probably going to be
look
scuff.
who's decided to come swimming with us.
Oh, a
This is
double
their
raid,
channel.
a double raid. Welcome on in, friends. I'm
www.twitch.tv/mini_desiree.
guessing you guys were playing the same game and you were doing co-op or something? Is that what was going on? Welcome on in, Wooloo. Am I saying that right? Wooloo? Welcome on in, friend. I hope you guys are having a fantastic existence.
Stream Elements said, look who's decided to come swimming with us. This is their channel. https://www.twitch.tv/wulu_la_trishimi.
Yay, we did it! Hooray! And we did it without anybody even fainting. Very good. Jed picks up Blackwell's credit drive and expertly scans the dead man's thumb to unlock it. A bit shy of 1200. Can I assume our business is concluded? He asks cautiously. Consider your debt fully discharged. I like the way you handled yourself, says Jed, giving you an appraising look. I've got another debt needs settling, but it'll require some extra manpower. You get the feeling this debt is about something other than money. Another local job? No, it's in the shanties, clustered up against the engines. They call it the heart. A good way to remind folks that the reactor is the ship's heart, and it's the mutants that keep it beating. My ex-partner runs a trading post there. He'll have a small army with him, lest he's gone broke or soft. But as is usually the case, the profit is proportionate to the risk. I'll think about it. I will think about it. Let's see, anything good on the looty loots? A machete, maybe for what's her name? Truncheon. A bolter, maybe a better rifle for the one guy. Piper jack, maybe. I'm still not seeing any sort of limit on loot, on weight. So maybe I can just be a loot goblin like I like to be. Maybe. Anything else of note here? Not that I'm seeing. Although we will definitely need to heal Faith here in a second. Let's see. Auto sword, I don't know if any of that was worth it. We'll have to see. Let's see. Only problem with having a helmet that's everything is it's a little awkward, but... Okay, Raider boots is what we've got on right now, isn't it? Kinda looking like none of that was really worth it. Armor-wise, for the loot. At least on me. The truncheon is what we've already got. Okay, so what about Faith? Anything good for her? She's got the full-bodied helmet, so none of those. Let's see. That would be a bit better on melee, but it would trade off for the projectile. I mean, it would even things. It would uneven things actually. So heavy boots is more even. So we'll just keep those on, I suppose. That said, Raider boots is a lot better. We lose the armor handling and sneak penalty, but that's fine. We'll go ahead and do that. More protection is good. Anything else worth noting? We lose one projectile, but we gain 2 melee and 1 energy. So yeah, probably the assault thingy. That sounds good. Let's see, her knife. Is this machete better than her camp knife? It is. Okay. We lose a little bit of reaction and penetration, but it does more damage. So we'll go ahead. It's her backup weapon anyway, so it's not too big a deal. Piper jack. I think we'll keep with the long slide probably. Okay, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Okay. So now what are we going to do? What trouble are we going to get into next? We probably should return to Jack because we did the debt collector just now, right? Let's return to Whiskey Jack and let him know that we collected the debt. We done collected it. Here's Jed's debt, paid in full minus my fee. Thanks. Here's something extra for your trouble. Ooh, got a couple of combat stems. Thank you very much. Couple of combat stems, you say? Aggro. And some regen. Okay, very nice. Thank you very much for that, friend. Speaking of, I should probably go ahead and heal before I forget. If I can remember which, that's party menu, right? Okay. So let's see. Max, and then lower it down. Yeah, that sounds good. That'll take 2, but that's fine. Heal 16 per, that's... I might go ahead and heal her 1 more. That would waste like 2 health of the health med kit. That should be... If I'm doing it, no, 4. It would waste 4, but you know what? She's kind of squishy, so we'll go ahead and do that. That's fine. Okay, that's good enough. That's good enough. Okay. Now what are we going to do? Now what? I wonder, I wonder. Out for some air? Inquires Zeke. Where are you from, Zeke? The Habitat. Where else? Block D4, the Brotherhood of Liberty. He raises a fist in a mocking salute. Why did you come here? Seemed like a good idea at the time. The pit was just a camp back then, a community rather than a town, if you know what I mean. A true brotherhood. I wonder if the Brotherhood of Liberty was also like that in the beginning, when it was just a bunch of people who had enough. What's the Brotherhood like now? It resembles the ship authority more and more with every passing day. They tell you that you're free and expect you to be grateful, but they have a funny definition of freedom. A good citizen must contribute to society, only you don't decide how to contribute. Your local labor management committee does. To be fair, these committees try to do a good job placing people, but if you don't want fucking committees telling you what to do, you better pack up and run while you still can. You think we're going to make it to Proxima Centauri? I used to dream about it when I was a kid, Zeke says with a nostalgic smile. Played it in my head over and over. The announcement, the celebration, the landing. Green fields as far as the eye could see. How about we fix the damn generator first and sit and ponder the mysteries of the universe? Fair enough. You're standing in the shadow of a massive arena. Dozens of shipping containers form the walls at the lowest level and provide seating for hundreds of spectators. A gantry crane towers overhead, rigged with several powerful projectors to illuminate the space below. You wonder for a moment if real daylight is as bright. You want to file a grievance or apply for a job. The speaker is wearing a gold-striped trench coat that marks him for a man of importance. What is this place? This, my friend, is the cornerstone of justice in our little town. Welcome to the courthouse. I didn't think we had any laws around here. Of course we do, girl. We abide by the Constitution, and much more strictly than those fools in the Habitat. Every accused man in the pit is guaranteed to have his day in court and confront his accuser, just like the Constitution says. If said accuser is unable to make an appearance, a judicial officer appointed by the court will take his place. What about the trial? If the defendant slays his accuser or the aforementioned officer, he's cleared of all charges and released. If the defendant falls to the accuser, he is declared guilty. Posthumously, of course. That's what you call a trial. All contests conform to the process of law, he says with a reassuring pat on your shoulder. And here is where our method is superior, is immune to the corrupting influence of money. Try to find a system like that in the Habitat. Why not just shoot lawbreakers? Due process, my dear. Why, what sort of barbarians do you take us for? You mentioned a job. We're running low on legal representation for the prosecution, he admits with a sad shake of his head. Lost 3 officers last week in a string of challenging cases. Sure, I'll give it a try. Excellent, smiles the man. I am the court's chief of justice, which means I'm here in charge here. You'll start out as a deputy prosecutor, sorting out minor cases, misdemeanors mostly. If you if you do well, you'll be promoted and get to prosecute more interesting cases. Who knows, you might even make judge one day. Ready for your first case? Deputy prosecutor? Back on Earth, you would be a probationary deputy district attorney, but seeing as there are no districts here, and not any attorneys neither, deputy prosecutor will do. Ready for your first case? Sure. Let me see. The Chief Justice pulls out an electronic notepad and begins swiping through a series of screens full of very ornate, hard-to-read font. The first defendant is one John Doe, meaning he refused to tell us his name. We call that an aggravating circumstance. Our friend Mr. Doe stands accused of cheating during a game of poker. He vehemently denies the charge. Don't they all, though? A jury of his peers, in this case fellow poker players, agree that John Doe cheated and also had shifty eyes, so the case goes to trial. John's been on a diet of water and Intab half rations for 3 weeks, so I'm guessing he'll present a pretty weak case. When do I get paid? A mercenary. I would think continuing the legacy of our progressive judicial system would be reward enough. He waits a moment to see if you'll change your mind. But in any case, a convicted criminal forfeits all possessions to the prosecution, meaning you. Enjoy. Make your case. Okie dokie. Guilty as charged. Let me know when you're ready for your next trial. Our number one legal representative is out with a shattered kneecap, and we've got a full docket. Yeah, sure, you know what? Why not? The Dalton brothers, says the Chief Justice, shaking his head as he reviews the data. Showing a poverty of imagination matching their actual poverty, they decide to strike out and plunder the riches of the Mission Control ruins. By all counts, they were lucky to survive, but unlucky to return empty-handed. This is after running up substantial debt to finance their venture, said debt causing our business community undue hardship and financial burden, which of course must be rectified. The Mission Control ruins. The miles and miles of ruined decks and desolation separating us from the mutants. Dreadful, dangerous place. Of course, if it wasn't so dangerous, it would have been stripped to the hull a long time ago. You mentioned riches, in the form of energy weapons and other gizmos. In older times, a man could just walk in, liberate some goods from a few dried-up corpses, and return to town. Now you have to go deeper and deeper to find anything worth looting, and the deeper you go, the less likely you are to come back. Anything else I should know? Yes, there's a note appended to the file. The Daltons petitioned the court to provide them with means to defend themselves on account of losing most of their belongings during their unsuccessful enterprise. They were issued a mace and 2 knives, so my guess is they'll come at you hard and fast. A shotgun would be handy in this situation. Okie dokie. Well done, Deputy. The Daltons have been held legally accountable for their actions, and the people's faith in our invaluable judicial process has been restored. Are you ready for your next case? You know what? Why not? Let's do Courthouse Fight 3 as well. Next on the docket is Ebenezer Harding, also known as Hard Ben. This one has been testing the town's patience ever since he moved here. The low-down back shooter is alleged to have killed 3 men in cold blood out in the Mission Control ruins, and then he returned here to sell their cargo. The nerve! Turns out the alleged victims worked for Mr. Jonas Redford himself, which makes Mr. Redford the rightful owner of aforementioned cargo. Mr. Harding also incurred a fine for the unlawful termination of the dead man's employment contracts. But when all this was explained to him by one of my clerks, the miscreant not only refused to pay the fine, he refused to surrender the stolen goods. Without the rule of law, this town would be overrun by savages. It's time for you to send a strong message to Mr. Harding and any of his friends who might be skulking about that their kind isn't welcome here. Any other details? Though unscrupulous and dull-mannered, Mr. Harding isn't entirely ignorant of the boons of civilization. He has several gizmos in his possession, including an energy shield. As I'm sure you're aware, I'm obliged by law to disclose all facts of the case that may come up during the trial.
Stream elements.
Are you telling me this
Said,
bastard will show up
Stay
fully
moist, my
loaded?
friends. Hydrate.
The Chief Justice raises one finger and intones, "No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law." Hmm. Well done, my friend. This job tends to grind people down, but you're hardly breaking a sweat out there. What's next on the docket? A gang of vile road agents calling themselves the Black Hand. These thugs make their living terrorizing traders passing through the factory. A group of regulators nabbed 3 of these miscreants, looting dead bodies at the scene of the latest attack. Now they are finally going to face justice. The factory. Is there another name for it where you come from? I'm talking about the industrial zone stretching all the way to the habitat. But are the looters who were brought in actually members of this gang? Only God knows for sure, but even if they're just scavengers, putting them on trial will send a strong message to the Black Hand. I need time to prepare, I think. Okay. Among the stars, the children of Earth wish most of all for peace. Nevertheless, the wise prepare for every eventuality. We should not survive long without the means to protect our territory and interests with violence if every other method is exhausted. To that end, the ship launched with a wide assortment of peacekeeping weapons and armaments, most of it looted and spent during the mutiny and the 100 lesser skirmishes that followed. With row after row of gutted depots, the armory stretches before you as a shell of what it once was. The mutineers hit it fast and hard, overrunning the surprised security forces and stripping it of supplies. Weapons and armor meant for the future colony flooded the ship, turning the mutiny into a full-fledged war. The ship authority held its own in the end, keeping control of the lower decks, but at a great cost that went far beyond the armory's lost supplies. It used to be a busy place 10 years ago, says Faith, enough salvage for several crews working together. Now it's a ghost town. Figured as much when Tanner handed me that key card. He wouldn't have parted with it if he could make the trip himself. He could have hired an armored escort. Plenty of gunners looking for work in the pit. And everyone will know you have something worth protecting. Trust me, you don't want this kind of publicity. Let's get to it then. A dust-covered control panel, few remaining lights indicate that it's still clinging to life. It would take more than a miracle to make it fully operational again. Ask Faith to replace a dead module. You're rewarded with more lights waking up from their century-long slumber. You still have a long way to go, but it's a start. Check the monitor. Most functions are still offline, but at least you can see them now. If you ever manage to fix this thing, you would be able to call up a train, provided there are trains left, and use the crane to unload it. The crane comes to life, loudly screeching and protesting as it moves across the ceiling. It grabs the crate but drops it to the floor a few seconds later. No matter, now you can get through. Several devil frogs are tearing strips of flesh from a long dead corpse. Judging from the hole in his chest, it was a shotgun blast that did him in, not the frogs. A few years ago, you would never see frogs outside of hydroponics, but the fungi must have driven them out, and now the mutant bastards skulk about wherever they can find rotting garbage, sometimes of the human sort. Luckily, they rarely attack the living, so if you leave them alone, they'll do the same. Unluckily, they're squatting between you and the dead man's pockets, and they're not likely to move without a fight. The frogs look small, but so do pit bulls. Bullfrogs go for the legs, and when they knock you down, they go for the head to finish you off. Good leg armor and helmet will make a difference. Spitters go for the eyes, an attack that can blind and poison the unprepared. Good goggles and breathers will protect you. You ever think about Earth? Faith asked suddenly. Sometimes. Why do you ask? I wonder if this is I wonder if this is what Earth looks like now, says Faith, gesturing at the ruins. Remnants of industrial anthills, slowly stripped away for resources. They have their problems, we have ours. Guess so. Two looters are going through the crates, too distracted to notice you approaching. It won't be hard to make it to a nearby elevator. Better kill them just to be safe. You spot an old, odd crate buried under heavy containers. Judging by the glow, the electromagnetic lock is still engaged. Move the puny containers aside. You push the crates aside until you reach the crate. Inside you find a rare battery and a couple of energy cells, still holding some charge. Cool. Your destination lies ahead, a triply reinforced door flanked by twin autocannons drawing on a seemingly inexhaustible power supply. No one made it past during the mutiny, and no one's made it past since. Like the proverbial flaming sword outside of Eden, it sits as a guardian, a symbol of ancient strength and a promise of marvels beyond. Unfortunately, someone set up the camp here, either fellow scavs or thugs lying in wait for tourists like you. Hands where I can see 'em, says one of the thugs, a skinny man with a sharp face. Empty your pockets real slow like. What if I don't want to do that? What if I don't want to do that, Kill 'em all. No fear. Okay, I don't know. This game is the combat is definitely just difficult. Um, Give me a second to evaluate our raid options. We'll probably be playing this tomorrow. We'll have to figure something out though. I don't know. With the combat, I may just have to start a new game on easier mode or something because it's just not going to work. It's just not going to work. Let's see what are our raid options. Yeah, that should do fine. Feel free to copy the raid message. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. Stay safe, friends.